Hi, everybody. Welcome as we get set for baseball on a Sunday morning here on the campus of Louisiana State University, LSU, home to the 2025 NCAA World Series champs. J.J. Muriel stepping in to start it off for Mississippi. Kendall Morrison is the two-hitter. Eric Maver batting third. Braden Lee fourth. Braden Thornhill is the five guy. Six-hitter is Cohen. Don't have a last name for Cohen. My apologies. Blake Gill is the seven guy. Jet Smith batting eighth. Talon Cipriano ninth. Luke Sonez 10th. And Tucker Monty is the 11 guy. Jace Borders on the hill for Dog Baseball. Just a little bit high with the pitch to Muriel. Cole Toner behind the plate. And first for Dog Baseball, Eli Callender. Second baseman, Cam Bagwell. The shortstop, Ty Henderson. As that one is lifted out of play. Drew Browning is at third. Got an outfield of Liam Weaver in left. Center fielder, Braden Bagwell. And the right fielder is Bo Oliver. 2-2 offering. It is too high. And the count runs to 3-2. Mississippi Scout 16. 2-1. Their only loss to Rays baseball, but their record and their runs allowed good enough to be the Pool B representative. That is sent to right field, and the catch made by Bo Oliver. So on away with Kendall Morrison next. Bo Oliver digging up a little divot there in right field. With that slide, and as a matter of fact, those white trousers now from knee to ankle on the left leg are a different color, not white. Ground to second, fielded by Bagwell, goes to first. And we'll get Kendall Morrison on the 4-3 putout. And there is two away for Eric Maver. Games today at 10, 12:30, and 3. And it looks like we're going to contend with weather again today. It's been a factor on Friday and Saturday. Now I'm looking to, I guess that would be the north. And it is a little ominous looking to the north. Maybe that stuff, though, that's drifting north and away from us. Eric Maver with Braden Lee to the on-deck circle. Two gone, nobody aboard. That is floated in the direction of left field. Liam Weaver can't track it down until it's hit the grass, and it'll be a two-out double for Eric Maver. So a base runner in scoring position. Braden Lee to the plate. Braden Thornhill to the on-deck circle. Dog Baseball has not suffered a loss. They are 3-0 after pool play, representing Pool C. And a 2-zip win over Star Scout 17, 10-2 over Cage Baseball, and 6-3 over Devils 18. That's a base wrap into right field for Braden Lee. Up with it quickly is Oliver, but in to score Maver. And Mississippi will get on the board. Lee with an RBI single. And that has got Braden Thornhill coming to the plate. The gentleman known only as Cohen to the on-deck circle. What is it like in Baton Rouge, Louisiana at the moment? I'm glad you asked. I've got an iPhone weather app that Gives me all the details. 85. Feels like 88. Looks like there's a possibility of rain around 1. Popped up first base side. Foul territory. Calendar there. Thornhill with a fly out. Lee left on, but Mavers in. And we go to the bottom of the first with a run on the board. Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap. One pitch into the bottom of the first. Chase Borders with a ground out to first baseman. Well, let's see. I've got a couple of pitchers and no first baseman. So I think that probably is on me. Let me look and see. Yep, that is Thornhill. Braden Thornhill playing over at first. Borders grounding out to Thornhill for out number 1. Cam Bagwell to the plate. That is popped up. And the catch made in right field by Blake Gill. And Bagwell with the fly out for out number 2. Chase Borders, the 1 guy for Dog Baseball. Cam Bagwell batting second. 3-hitter Ty Henderson. Drew Browning is the 4 guy. Cole Toner hitting 5th. Braden Bagwell 6th. Liam Weaver is the 7 guy. Bo Oliver is batting 8th. And Eli Calendar, the 9-hitter. I originally had J.J. Muriel as the starting pitcher, but he is in center field, and Kendall Morrison apparently on the bump. Behind the plate, Luke Sonaz. At first, Braden Thornhill, Braden Lee at second. Shortstop is Jet Smith. Taylor Cipriano is at third. And in the outfield, Eric Maver In left, Kendall Morrison and J.J. Muriel swapping spots. Muriel is in center and Morrison is pitching. And in right field, Blake Gill. Yes, there is a train nearby. That's a big mouth train. Trains that have traveled through on the prior days, kind of quietly doing so. But this one tooting its own horn. Strike 3 and out will go Ty Henderson looking. 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the first. We go to the second in a 1-zip game. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Top of the second gets underway. The gentleman known only as Cohen. My apologies, but no. Either last or first name. Cohen could be one or the other. But it is Cohen. But, you know, those really big stars, you know them by a single name. Cher, Madonna. I would say Dolly would fit into that category. You say Dolly, you don't have to put Parton. Everybody knows who you're talking about. Bono. A little low on the pitch to Cohen. Maybe Bruce. Blake Gill and Jet Smith due up in the inning, too. That is fouled out of play. And I do believe J.J. Muriel is pitching. I think kind of a number discombobulation. And Kendall Morrison is in center field. And yeah, the number discombobulation is on me. Wow. Pop the noggin of Cohen. That'll rattle the brain a bit. And down to first goes Cohen. Doinked right on the old noggin. Or in this case, the young noggin. And it kind of froze Cohen. Base runner aboard, hit batsman Cohen. Blake Gill to the plate. Jet Smith to the on-deck circle. Trying to figure out if those kind of nasty-looking clouds to our north are moving away from or towards. Everybody is safe. Fielded at second by Bagwell. Decided to try to get the lead runner. I don't think he got him anyway. But when it hopped out of the mid of Ty Henderson covering the bag, it was a guarantee that both were on. And I am not charging an error. That's fielder's choice, unofficially. A couple of base runners on for Jet Smith. Talon Cipriano moving to the on-deck circle. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, home to about 250,000. And that's within Baton Rouge. And then you've got all of these outlying extraneous cities. Baker. I'm sure there are others. That just comes to mind. Part of the Baton Rouge Metro, which really grew as that is ground a short possibility of 2. 6, 4, and 3. The double play is turned. Outs 1 and 2 and a single runner on. That's Cohen at third. But back in the, early 2000s, storm in New Orleans. Into center field, the fly out by Cipriano, leaving Cohen on. Really grew the population in Baton Rouge. Bottom of the second coming up. 4, 5, and 6 in the dog baseball order.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Bottom of the second gets underway. Drew Browning will start at Cole Toller and Braden Bagwell. Due up in the inning as well. Looked like Mississippi might have a chance to play an additional runs. Had a couple of runners on with nobody out, but the double play and then the fly out puts an end to the top of the second. High and away with a pitch to Drew Browning. Baton Rouge has seen a lot of familiar names in the sports world. I'm looking at the list. Billy Cannon, Heisman Trophy winner in '59. Michael Clayton, wide receiver with the Miami Dolphins. Willie Davenport, Olympic gold medalist. Glenn Davis, NBA power forward. Warwick Dunn, who played with FSU and then on with the Tampa Bay Bucks. Pete Maravich. And you got a strike delivered to Browning. Jim Taylor, another Baton Rouge product. And then you get into the entertainment world. You get Percy Sledge. You know, when a man loves a woman. Yeah, that Percy Sledge. From here in Baton Rouge. Don Lemon, formerly of CNN. A Baton Rouge product. Stormy Daniels, that name sounds familiar. Porn in politics, I guess, for Stormy. Bill Conti, the conductor and composer, is from here in Baton Rouge. Drew Browning on, Cole Toller coming to the plate. Braden Bagwell to the on-deck circle. Upstairs with a pitch to Toller. Top of the third, Mississippi's got Luke Sonez, Tucker Monty, and J.J. Muriel all coming to the plate as you got a strikeout of Cole Toller. And there is one away here in the bottom part of inning number 2. Braden Bagwell followed by Liam Weaver. Friday we got a game and an inning in. Yesterday we got 2 games and 2 innings. And we're going to see what our Sunday holds. As out will go Bagwell, back-to-back Ks, both swinging 3 total now for Muriel. And Liam Weaver coming to the plate. Bo Oliver moving to the on-deck circle. I was looking at weather earlier but did not pull up the radar. So that might be a good idea to see what kind of precipitation we've got. Well, there's stuff building. I'm thinking we're okay for a little bit. Of course, I need to watch what I say. Because I've said we're okay, and 30 minutes later it's storming. And it is darkening. You got a swing, a miss, and out. Nope, not quite out, Weaver. Got a base runner at first, Browning. On the campus of LSU. Knocked off Coastal Carolina 1 week ago to capture their 8th World Series. And that will get the elbow of Liam Weaver. He'll go to first. You got a couple of base runners on, one walked, one hit. And Bo Oliver to the plate. But there is a little plaza out in front of the stadium here. It's the Plaza of Champions. And they're going to have to make room for another monument. Got the 2023 out there. I'm sure soon they'll be working on the 2025. That goes to the screen. Runners move up. Browning to third and Weaver to second. And I would assume that is a project that is already in the works. I would think they want the 2025 monument up before the start of the 2026 season. And obviously got a little time, but not a lot of time. Swing and a miss by Oliver. Eli Callender to the on-deck circle. Our first 2 days of weather delays started with a lightning delay and then ended with rain. And as I mentioned, it is getting a little darker here in Baton Rouge. Fouled away by Oliver. Eli Callender is on deck. From my perch here in the press box, looking directly at Tiger Stadium. About a block or two away. That is lifted towards left field, and that's going to drop in as a base hit. Browning's in, Weaver's in. It'll be a single for Bo Oliver. And we've still got a one-run game, but it now belongs to the Dogs. So a couple of RBIs on the Oliver shot to left. And Dog baseball reaping dividends off their first base hit. Eli Callender coming to the plate. And then the top of the order, Jace Borders. The lone Mississippi run came with 2 gone, and the 2 Dog baseball runs come with 2 gone. Eli Callender with a runner on at first. Into the strike zone with a pitch to Callender. Major League Baseball yesterday. A's beat the Yankees 7-0. Tigers over the Twins 10-5. Pirates beat the Mets 9-2. Rays winners over the Orioles 11-3. Rangers in 10 nipped the Mariners 3-2. Padres popped the Reds, by a 6-4 final. Cards over the Guardians 9-6. Red Sox pound the Blue Jays 15-1. Brewers shutting out the Rockies 5-0. Royals 9-5 over the Dodgers. White Sox beat the Giants 1-0 in 10. Marlins over the D-backs 8-7. Braves 6-1 over the Phillies. Cubs beat the Astros 12-3. Angels 8-2 over the Nationals. And in the WNBA, Wings beat the Mystics 79-71. An appeal to see if Callender went. He did not. And the at-bat will continue for the 9-hitter. On the inside part of the plate, and out goes Callender, leaving a runner aboard, but 2 are in. And the 1-run lead now belongs to Dog Baseball.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Top of the third gets underway. Luke Sonaz will start it off. Tucker Monty and J.J. Muriel due up in the inning 2. Ground to short, picked up by Henderson. Goes to first. Sonaz grounds out for out number 1. That has Tucker Monty coming to the plate. Kendall Morrison moving to the on-deck circle. That's going to hop right past third baseman Drew Browning and find its way into left field. On his way to second, Monty, and he will be there with a 1-out double. I think I have figured out the situation in regards to Muriel and Morrison. There was a swap in the lineup. And Morrison was moved to the 1 spot. Muriel moved to the 2. So this is Kendall Morrison. And he'll be followed by J.J. Muriel as that's sent foul to the left side. So it was Morrison with a fly out to right field in the first. And it was J.J. Muriel who ground out the second in the first. Low pitch to Morrison. Top of the order when you get to the bottom of the third for Dog Baseball. NBA season done, so nothing to talk about there. NHL finished as well. And a full slate of WNBA games today. And they start with the Liberty and Dream at 2 o'clock. Major League Baseball gets underway in about 35 minutes. An 11:05 start for the Cardinals and Guardians. Outside with a pitch. Nice stop by Cole Toller. Kept it from going to the screen, which kept Monty at second. Monty with his lead at second. That is a high fly ball left field. Backtracking is Liam Weaver. He'll drop it. And you got a couple of base runners on. That'll be an E7. That has a couple of Mississippi Scout 16 players in scoring position. Monty to third and Morrison to second. And J.J. Muriel coming to the plate. Eric Maver to the on-deck circle. That is the game's first error. And could prove costly with a couple of base runners in scoring position with one away. J.J. Muriel with a ground out to second in the first. That is a base wrap into left field. Back-to-back runs come in. Morrison nearly passed Monty. But Monty will get in first. It's a one-run game again, but Mississippi reclaiming the lead. And a 2 RBI J.J. Muriel single. And your first non-2-out runs. Eric Maver to the plate. Had a double and scored a run in the first. Braden Lee on deck. Well, you could see he thought about it, kind of flinching that elbow, but Eric Maver lays off the pitch. It finds the strike zone. And a called strike one. That is a foul ball towards left. Not foul by much. Muriel back to first, back to the plate, Maver. Not too far from the All-Star break in Major League Baseball, looking at the standings. Yankees lead the American League East by a half game. Detroit 10.5 up on Cleveland in the Central. And Houston with a 6.5 game lead over Seattle. National League East, as that has popped up on the infield, Ty Henderson making the catch at short. 2 gone for Braden Lee. National League East Phillies with a half game lead over the Mets. In the Central Division, Chicago's got a 2-game lead over Milwaukee. And in the West, Dodgers by 6 over the Padres. Ground foul by Braden Lee. Lee with an RBI single in the first. Braden Thornhill to the on-deck circle. Low and away to Lee. 3-2 ball game, top of the third. Somebody has scored in every inning. As that is ground to third, fielded by Browning. He'll go over to first, get Lee on the 5-3. Mississippi has scored in the first and third. Dogs in the second. They're coming to bat in the bottom of the third with the top of the order due up. Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you. We head to the bottom of the third with a rumble of thunder. Headed into the 1, 2, and 3 spots in the order. That rumble of thunder off in the distance. Did not see the lightning. Obviously, it is not within a range close enough to Alex Box Stadium to put us in the delay mode. Jace Borders ground out to first in the first. High and away with the pitch. Hey, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. You're watching the game on YouTube. Wanted to be at 6,900 when we left here, and we're 40, make that 55 away from 6,900. What's the benefit to subscribing? Well, you get access to games, to highlights, to shows, to clips, to polls. You can tell it to alert you when the link goes live. You don't have to keep coming back to computer going, are they on yet? Are they on yet? In the chat rooms, we try to keep you updated in regards to weather status and more. And of course, you make us so happy when you subscribe. And it's not a involved process, it's just a click of the mouse. Inside with a pitch and a hit batsman in Borders. He will go down to first. Cam Bagwell to the plate. Had a 9:58 start. So that would be about an 11:48 finish if we go the 1 hour and 50 minutes. A runner coming in for the pitcher, Borders. Punt laid down, motoring his way towards first. That is Bagwell. He will be out, but he's done his job. He's got the courtesy runner, Eli Henderson, into scoring position. Henderson running from Borders. Ty Henderson to the plate. Henderson struck out looking in the first. Top of the fourth, Thornhill, Cohen, and Gill for Mississippi. And we've been seesawing Mississippi a 1-zip lead until the bottom of the second. Dogs with a 2-1 lead until the top of the third. Mississippi with a 3-2 lead going into the bottom of the third. Ty Henderson getting rid of the stick unintentionally. Strike delivered on the inside part of the plate to Henderson. And it is a 2-strike count. Drew Browning to the on-deck circle. Obviously, plenty of time left in our 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. With an 11:48 1 hour, 50-minute mark, we are at 10:44. So still about an hour 4. Shot over towards right and foul. Be sure to download the Showcase Series app. You talk about a comprehensive tool for keeping up with everything that is Showcase Series related. 1 hop to second, fielded by Lee. It is dropped over at third. Lee trying to get the lead runner, goes over to Cipriano with it, dropped and Borner's safe, as is Henderson. And you got a couple of base runners on with one away for Drew Browning. Browning walked and scored a run in the second. And if you've got the app, you got the scores from yesterday. If you don't have the app, okay. I'll give you the scores from a day ago. Gibbs Construction Cardinals 5-4 over UBO Central. UBO Henry beats Gonzales Diamond 15U 5-4. Star Scout 17 over Cage Baseball 6-2. 5-Star National 16U Gulf Coast. A 6-1 winner over Dog Baseball 16. Dream Baseball and 5-Star National 15U Gulf Coast ended in a 4-4 tie. UBO Central over Banditos 2026 Texas 10-0. Crushers Elite, same score over the Gonzales Diamond 15U. Star Scout 17. 7-2 over Devils 18. Banditos 2027 Texas. 12-zip over Southern Impact. Rays Baseball beats Mississippi Scout 16-4-2. Banditos 2027 Prospects 10-0 over the Louisiana Tigers. Gibbs Construction Cardinals 14-0 over the Tigers of Louisiana. Crushers Elite beat Devils 16. 14-4 Dogs Baseball 18. 10-2 over Cage Baseball. Monroe Buffs knock off 5-Star Louisiana 9-3. Cardinals over 5-Star National 15U Gulf Coast 6-5. Banditos 2026 Texas 7-4 winners over Louisiana Tigers. Southwest 16 beating Spartans Academy 7-4. Dogs Baseball 18. 6-3 over Devils 18. As you got a strikeout of Drew Browning. And there's 2 gone for Cole Toller. That is strikeout number 5 for J.J. Muriel. Southwest 18, 5-3 winners over Bayou City Prospects 26. Drip Baseball shutting out Capitals 15, 7-zip. 5-Star National 16U Gulf Coast, 3-zip over the Banditos, 20-27 Texas. Capitals 16, 7-5, knocking off Gold Culture Mini. Barnes Academy over the Louisiana Tigers 10-0. And last but not least, Bayou City Prospect 26, 7-6 winners over 5-Star Louisiana. Swing and a miss by Toller, who struck out on the second. 18U pull play over in A. Gibbs Construction wins it 3-0 in B. Your Mississippi Scout 16 wins it at 2-1. In C, your Dogs Baseball wins it at 3-0. And in D, Southwest 18 tops at 3-0. All of the 16U pool play done too. And A, Cardinals first at 3-0. B, Southwest 16 first at 3-0. Got a strikeout of Toller. And a couple of runners stranded. UBO Henry takes C, and 5-Star National 16U Gulf Coast D, both with 3-0 marks.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the fourth gets underway. Braden Thornhill to start it. Cohen and Blake Gill due up in the inning, too. A couple of runners stranded. In the bottom of the third. And we head to the fourth. That is shot over towards right field. And I believe that popped out of the mitt of Bo Oliver. So that'll be a base hit for Thornhill to begin the fourth. Fifth Mississippi hit of the game. Well, our current forecast, and as you know, it can change, says we could have thunderstorms around noon. The good news is that means we should get this game in. The bad news is might not get the next one. There is a balk, and Thornhill will go to second. Lined at third, throw to second. I think he got the double play, you do. What a play by Browning. And then able to get it over to Bagwell to pick off Thornhill. So outs 1 and 2 and the base is cleared. And Blake Gill to the plate. 0 for 1 in the game, hit into a fielder's choice. Jet Smith on deck. Low and away with the pitch to Braden Bagwell. I'll make that to Blake Gill. Braden Bagwell's the guy who will start things off in the bottom of the fourth. Liam Weaver and Bo Oliver due up 2. That is hit far but foul. Nobody's knocked that out of the park this weekend. 3:30 down the lines, 4:05 to center field. But there again, there's been limited games this weekend here. That shot right back up the middle. Blake Gill on with a single. And hit number 6 in the game for Mississippi. Jed Smith next. But yeah, in reality, there's only been not quite 4 games played. That's another base hit into right field, and a couple of runners are on. Taylor Cipriano to the plate. Air quality in Baton Rouge, 51 and moderate. The UV index, 5 and moderate. This says we could have up to 1.25 inches of rain. That is the most rainfall that's been predicted. Even on Friday when we got a good dosing of rain, the original prediction for the rainfall amount was only around 0.4 to 1/2 inch. But today it says better than 1 inch. 72% humidity. Winds currently out of the south-southwest at 4, gusting to 8. Temperature is 1 degree cooler than it typically is. That is a base wrap into left field. Gill's been given the green light to come home. The throw won't get him. Talon Cipriano with an RBI single. And our first 2-run lead of the game. And that is 4 hits given up in the inning. Jace Porter's thankful for that double play. Or it could be worse. Luke Sonaz to the plate. Sonaz grounding into a 6-3 in the third. Next full moon 11 days away. The moon is 240,871 miles from Earth. And that's all I got for you on my iPhone weather app. There is precipitation all over Louisiana. None here at Alex Box Stadium for the moment. A little bit high with a pitch, way off the bag at first is Cipriano. And he's going to see if he can make his way back to first. And, well, you got the officials looking at one another, saying, hey, is he safe or is he out? He is safe, and in will come Smith. I think the official was behind and could not see. So relying on the plate umpire, and the plate umpire called him safe. Well, let's watch the play develop. And see if we can see from this angle whether Callender was able to get. And it sure doesn't appear as though he did, and that's what the officials have ruled. He did not. And it's a 5-2 game. Strike delivered on the inside part of the plate to Sonaz. Tucker Monty to the on-deck circle. It has been a 4-hit fourth for Mississippi Scout 16. High into the air towards left field, and there for the catch is Liam Weaver. Sonaz flies out, one runner stranded, 2 runs have come in. And you've got a 5-2 Mississippi lead going to the bottom of the fourth. Just about all Wayne Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Perhaps got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Bottom of the fourth, Braden Bagwell starts it. Liam Weaver and Bo Oliver 2 up in the inning, 2. 2 runs played off 4 hits in the top of the fourth. And Mississippi with a 3-run lead, biggest lead of the game, heading into the bottom of the fourth. A little beyond the 1 hour mark, so we are inside 50 minutes to go. Bagwell struck out in the second. There is a swing, there is a miss, and Bagwell strikes out in the fourth. And 1 away in the inning. And Mariel's starting to rack up the Ks. That is strikeout number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the game for Mariel. Liam Weaver got hit by a pitch and scored a run as part of that 2-run second inning. Bottom and top of the order when you get to the fifth for Mississippi. Monty will start it. Morrison and Mariel coming to the plate as well. The M&Ms in the fifth for Mississippi. Low and away with the pitch to Weaver. Alex Box Stadium, named after the World War II hero who was a member of, I believe, the LSU baseball team. And then was killed in North Africa, receiving the Distinguished Purple Heart and more. That is chopped in the direction of second. Lee charging to field. Over to first, got it there in time, and Weaver's out on the 4-3. So 2 gone for Bo Oliver. Oliver drove in both dog runs with a single in the second. Eli Callender to the on-deck circle. And that Oliver base hit, by the way, the only hit of the game thus far for the Dogs. Behind on the count, 0-2. Mariel wouldn't mind bookend strikeouts. He got Bagwell to begin the inning. Can he get Oliver to end it? Oliver trying to get on with his second base hit of the game. A little bit inside with the Mariel pitch. We have, I think, 4 more weeks with the showcase. Next week in Hammond, a couple of weeks in Mobile, 3 weeks Pensacola. Last weekend of July in Orange Beach. But our baseball carries us into August. will be handling a Dixie Boys World Series in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. That starts in July. I think it runs into the very first part of August. Then we got a Cal Ripken World Series in Branson, Missouri. And a Babe Ruth World Series in Jamestown, New York. Strike on the outside part of the plate, and out will go Oliver. 8th strikeout of the game for J.J. Muriel. And we've got 4 innings in the books with Mississippi up by 3. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Bottom of the order in the top of the 5th with a new pitcher on the hill. That is Drew Browning. Browning coming over from 3rd to take over for Jace Borders. Borders will work 4, face 21, no strikeouts, no walks. 8 hits given up and 5 runs allowed. And Browning will take over. Delivering low with the pitch to Monty. Monty with a double in the 3rd. 1 for 1 in the game. And once our fielder at 3rd turns his back and I can pick up the numbers, I'll tell you who has replaced Browning at 3rd. Strike delivered. Top of the order, Kendall Morrison on deck. J.J. Morrell due up in the inning 2. Inside with a pitch and a walk given to Monty. That is the first walk from Dog Baseball. And you got a runner aboard as Kendall Morrison comes to the plate. And it looks like Liam Weaver likely is headed to the bullpen. Got a replacement out in left field. Weaver summons, and I think he's about to get into the pen, get some warm-up tosses after the walk. Issued by Browning on the first he faces. Outside to Morrison. And that new fielder is Bryce Toller. On the outside part of the plate with a pitch. Morrison has popped out and reached on an error. Pops this one up on the infield, and the catch made it short. And let's see if that's still Ty Henderson. It is. Making the catch at short for out number 1. One away, J.J. Morrell next. Fouling back the first pitch. Eric Maver is on deck. One out, one aboard. We are in the top of the 5th. High pitch to Muriel. 1 for 2 in the game. He's ground out the second and singled in a pair of runs. Drove in Morrison and Monty in the third. On the inside part of the plate to Muriel. Bottom and top of the order when you get to the bottom of the 5th for Dog Baseball. Eli Callender will start it. He's the 9 guy. Jace Border's the 1-hitter. And Cam Bagwell 2 up in the inning 2. On the inside part of the plate and out will go Muriel. And there is 2 away for Eric Maver. Maver 1 for 2 in the game. Had a double in the first and popped out short in the third. High inside pitch, throw to first, back safely goes Monty. And looking over into the Dog bullpen, indeed, Weaver getting some warm-up tosses. Browning hoping to keep him there in the bullpen. Wants to stay on the bump. And after the walk of Monty has gotten Morrison a fly out, struck out Muriel. And now working on Maver with Braden Lee next. On the outside part of the plate to Maver. Monty with his lead at first. And a shot in the direction of center field, but it is right to Braden Bagwell. So Browning comes in, gives up the leadoff walk, but then retires 3 straight. And sends us to the bottom of the 5th and the bottom of the order in a 5-2 game.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Bottom of the order, bottom of the fifth. Eli Callender will start in. Chase Borders and Cam Bagwell, 2 up in the inning, 2. Opening pitch swung on and missed. Callender is one of now 8 Ks in the game for Moriel. He's treading where no other pitcher this weekend has trod at LSU. We have not had a double-digit strikeout guy. I don't think we've had anybody with 8. And there is the 9th as out goes Callender. And we go back to the top of the order. Jace Borders, 0 for 1 in the game, got hit by a pitch in the second. Make that the third. Ground out to first in the first. Cam Bagwell on deck. Outside with a pitch to Borders. Got just under a half hour left in our 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. Under darkening skies in Baton Rouge. On the inside part of the plate, and there is K number 10 for J.J. Moriel. And there's 2 gone for Cam Bagwell. Just a little bit outside. Bagwell, 0 for 1. Popped out to right, laid down a sacrifice. A little bit low in the pitch to Bagwell. Ty Henderson is on deck. Will he come to the plate in the 5th? Or will it be the 6th? That will get out of play. It's been a rain and lightning hampered weekend in Baton Rouge, but the good news is all the games that were supposed to be played have been played. High with a pitch to Bagwell. Sixth innings got Lee, Thornhill, and Cohen coming to the plate for Mississippi. On the inside part of the plate with a pitch to Bagwell. Thought he was going to first with a walk. Instead, Summons back with a K on the corner. Here's the payoff pitch. It's a little bit inside, and down to first goes Bagwell with a walk. That is the second one issued by Moriel. And a runner aboard for Ty Henderson. Well, maybe a nudge of good news, although it changes so often. I don't know if we can take any news as good or bad. But a few moments ago, a call for thunderstorms starting around noon, now around 2. If it's around 2, we might get another game in. Popped up right side, backtracking, and then dropped by Braden Thornhill. That will be an E3 that moves Bagwell to third, Henderson on at first. Andrew Browning coming to the plate. Browning with a walk and a strikeout. Cole Toller to the on-deck circle. Browning representing the tying run here in the bottom of the 5th. And Jet Smith saying, hey, JJ, I want to talk to you, but we need Luke Sonez in on the discussion as well. So catcher, short, and pitcher conversing. Got a couple of runners on the corners, 2 gone. Drew Browning taking a pitch on the inside part of the plate. Cole Toller to the on-deck circle. And it is 0-2 on Browning. A walk and an error have a couple of runners on for Dog Baseball. Browning thinking this would be a good spot for the second Dog Baseball hit of the game. The lone hit thus far, a Bo Oliver single in the second. But it was timely. Drove in 2. Chopped over towards second. Fielded by Lee, goes to first, and he'll get Browning on the 4-3. 2 runners stranded, 1 error committed, no runs plate. And we go to the 5th in a 5. I make that the 6th in a 5-2 game.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Top of the 6th gets underway. Braden Lee will start it off. Drew Browning getting his second inning of work in after working the 5th and facing 4, walking 1. Had a strikeout and gave up no hits, no runs. And the 5th was a first for us. It was a run-free inning. The first inning of the game in which neither team played in a run. Braden Lee 1 for 2 in the game. and a single that drove in Eric Maver in the first. Ground into a 5-3 in the third. A little bit inside with the pitch to Lee. Braden Thornhill and Cohen due up in the inning as well. Bottom of the sixth, Toner, Bagwell, and Weaver. And the length of the sixth will determine whether we get to the seventh. At the moment, I would say yes. But that could change if we have a long sixth. Got about 19 minutes left in our 1 hour and 50-minute time limit. Swing and a miss. Lee will go down. That is strikeout number 2 for Browning. And there is one away to begin the sixth inning. Braden Thornhill next. Thornhill with a fly out to first and a single. Drew Browning struggling a little bit there on the bump with that artificial mat. He slipped down several times. Fouled away by Thornhill. Thornhill, the last out in the first inning, and the leadoff hitter getting aboard with one of the 8 Mississippi hits in the fourth. And Browning, after that walk of Monty, has now retired 4 in a row, and this is about to become the 5th. So there's 2 away. Cohen coming to the plate. Blake Gill on deck. A little inside with the pitch to Cohen, who's been hit by a pitch and hit into a double play. Lined out to third. That was when Browning was playing third. And then he picked off Thornhill at second. On the inside part of the plate to Cohen. Toner, Bagwell, and Weaver, 5, 6, and 7 in the order for Dog Baseball in the bottom of the sixth. Boy, today we're vacillating between nasty looking and not too shabby. Line over to third on the out of Cohen. Second line out to third for Cohen. And out number 3 in the top of the sixth. Right now we're on the not looking too shabby side of a Sunday here in Baton Rouge.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
We head to the bottom of the sixth. Cole Toller will start in. Braden Bagwell and Liam Weaver due up in the inning two. A new guy on the hill, that is Aiden Radasta. And what a 5 innings of work for Muriel. Muriel will face 22, strike out 10, walk 2, give up a hit and a couple of runs. Hit 2 as well. And hands it over to Radasta. And Radasta facing Toller, Bagwell, and Weaver in the bottom of the sixth. 5-2 lead. Time limit unofficially at 11:48. We are at 11:36. So unofficially 12 minutes away from that 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. That is dropped into center field. A base hit for Toller to begin the sixth. And that is the second base hit of the game for Dog Baseball. Braden Bagwell next. Liam Weaver moving to the on-deck circle. Dog Baseball almost in one of those precarious situations that you find yourself in with a time limit involved, and that is that you need a big inning. But you need the big inning to be in a concise time frame, or it needs to be big enough that you consume the time and take the lead and win it. But I guess technically, if you are Dog Baseball, you are still at this point in the game in control of your own destiny. Put the hits and the runs together to take the lead, then you might have also taken up the 1 hour 50. And of course, on the other side of the diamond, as that is ground foul towards third. Kind of the same scenario from a control of your own destiny situation. Get the outs and you go to the seventh, try to build a cushion, and you win the game. Braden Bagwell with a couple of strikeouts. And of course, J.J. Muriel struck out nearly half of the guys he faced. Facing 22 and fanning 10. Bagwell able to get a piece of it and stay alive. Liam Weaver to the on-deck circle. Another base runner aboard. So Bagwell down to first. The inside pitch got him just about thigh high. And that is going to prompt a conversation on the hill with the tying run coming to the plate here in the bottom of the sixth. And if you are Mississippi Scout, you've held the lead since the top of the third, and now if you relinquish into the bottom of the sixth, there's not a guarantee you'll have time to come to the plate in the seventh. UBO Henry and the Cardinals coming up here at Alex Box Stadium next, slated for a 12:30 start. Couple of runners on, nobody gone. That is floated to second and dropped. And are you going to get the double play or the single out? And they're just going to call the single out on the Weaver flyout. Well, Lee going, hey, if I can pull it off, get the drop, the double play, we'll take it. But instead they say Weaver infield fly rule was in effect. And there is one away. Bo Oliver to the plate. And that infield fly rule. If you want an example or illustration of why it's in the rule book, well, there's the reason. To avoid the intentional drop. And the DP versus the single out. Bo Oliver 1 for 2 in the game. He's got one of the 2 dog base hits. Just a little bit outside with the pitch to Oliver. Eli Callender to the on-deck circle. Cardinals and UBO Henry coming up. And they're going to try to get that game underway as quickly as possible. So we're not going to have a lot of downtime in between games. What we do know is rain's coming. What we don't know is when it will get here. Lined over to third, and you got the out of Oliver for out number 2. And that'll bring Eli Callender to the plate. So here's the question mark. My time is unofficial. The official clock is kept down on the field. And there can be a variation of 3, 4, 5 minutes between mine and theirs. Do they start theirs with the warm-ups? I started mine with the first pitch. That is fouled away by Callender. And the unofficial clock, mine, has us 5 minutes away from an hour 50. Callender with a couple of Ks, one looking, one swinging. Just a little bit outside with the pitch. Top of the order on deck. That is low and away. Callender, the third out in the second inning, the first out in the fifth. Batting here in the sixth. Strike 3, got the outside part of the plate. And out will go Callender. And that apparently is your ball game. The 1 hour 50 minutes will lop off the last inning of the ball game. And end it with a 5-2 Mississippi Scout win. And there are your numbers. Couple of hits for Dogs baseball. They committed a single error and left a total of 6 stranded. Their 2 runs came in the second off a Bo Oliver single. And for Mississippi Scout, a total of 8 hits, 2 errors committed, stranding 5. Got a run in the first, couple of runs in the third and fourth. And there's your final score. Cardinals and UBO Henry coming up. We should have that one for you inside a half hour, I would think. Slated for a 12:30 start, but if they can begin it early, they will. So we'll keep our camera up, link live, and pan down the audio. And when you hear the audio come back up, you see the guys take to the field. We're about to get Cardinal and UBO Henry underway. Hi, everybody. Welcome in as we get your baseball back underway. And we are battling with Mama Nature, so trying to get the games in before she influences things. And that's why we've got a little early start to this one. And there is a shot in the direction of left field, but it will drop foul for Trey. Now, Trey is the only UBO Henry player for which I have only a single name, not two. It seems to happen that way with each team. At least one player, I don't have both names. And here's the guy. Trey leading it off. Luke Domain is the two-hitter. Parker Gross hitting third. Brandon Guagliardo in the fourth spot. Five-hitter for UBO is Hayden Walker. You've got Caleb Broussard batting sixth. Landon Underwood seventh. Reed Beadle is the eight-hitter. Colin Lacoste batting ninth. And Grant Hawsey in the 10-hole. Fouled away by Trey. Meanwhile, Liam Kidrow, I believe, if I'm reading Coach's handwriting correctly, on the hill to begin things pitching-wise for the Cardinals. Behind the plate is Braden Holloway as that is hit to third. Fielded by Nolan Sweat, goes to first. And will get the out 5-3. And there's one away for Luke Domain. Parker Gross to the on-deck circle. First baseman Peyton Valion for the Cardinals at second. Cullen Robin, the shortstop, is Wyatt Gillespie. And at third, Nolan Sweat. The outfield has Tristan Townley in left. In center, Ryan Langston. And the right fielder is Harley Mizell. Ground to short, fielded there by Gillespie, goes to first. And a 5-3 gets Trey, and a 6-3 gets Dumaine. Two gone for Parker Gross. And a big thank you, too, to the coaches. Man, they got lineups and info to me for lineups quickly. We had a very quick turnaround between games. Low of the pitch to Gross. Brandon Quagliardo to the on-deck circle. A 12:05 start time, which means a 1:55 finish. Unless it's a tie game. This one's got to have a winner, because the winner of this one moves on to the championship. Fouled away to the left side by Gross. Two gone, top of the first. Game just underway. On a Sunday that's looked threatening, but then has looked decent. And right now we've got decent. According to the forecast, threatening could be on its way. I look to my right. I see threatening. I look to the left. Looks pretty good. Swan in the direction of third. Sweat's got it. Goes to first. Gross out on the 5-3. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the first. We head to the bottom of the inning. And to the top of the Cardinal order.
frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Bottom of the first gets underway. Colin Robin will lead it off. Braden Holloway is the 2-hitter for the Cardinals. Nolan Sweat batting third. Ryan Langston, the 4 guy. Lane Anduin batting fifth. Wyatt Gillespie is the 6-hitter. 7 guy Tanner Cloud, Peyton Valiant batting eighth. Harley Mizell ninth. And Tristan Townley is the 10-hitter. For UBO Henry, Parker Gross with the start on the bump. Behind the plate is Landon Underwood. Colin Lacoste at first. Second baseman Brandon Quagliardo, as that is ground to short. Fielded by Grant Hawsey. He'll go to first, and Robbins out number 1. Shortstop Grant Hawsey, you've just been introduced to the UBO guy at the 6th spot. Third baseman is Kaylor Broussard. In the outfield, Reed Beadle. In left, Trays in center. Hayden Walker in right. Both teams unbeaten. UBO Henry, 3-0 in pool play, won this morning. Cardinals 3-0 in pool play and won this morning. So neither team this weekend has tasted defeat. And both teams delighted to be on the turf that houses the number 1 team in college baseball. LSU, didn't they come in as like the 6th seed? but they're the national champs. Again, 8th time in school history. Braden Holloway with Nolan Sweat on deck. A scoreless top part of the inning. It went 1, 2, 3. Trey, Luke, and Parker. Lifted towards right field, but it is right to Hayden Walker. And Holloway with a fly out. How is the home team pick between two unbeaten teams? We go to those tiebreakers. And the tiebreaker of runs allowed gave you home or away. And the Cardinals allowed 7. UBO Henry allowed 9. So as a result, Cardinals were the home team. Into the dirt with a pitch from Gross. Ryan Langston to the on-deck circle. Quagliardo, Walker, and Broussard when you get to the second for UBO. Fouled back to the screen. And we are a week removed from that national championship game won by LSU. Over Coastal Carolina. High into the air, but on the infield. And backtracking into shallow right to make the catch is second baseman Brandon Quagliardo. A 3-up, 3-down, top and bottom of the inning as we go to the second.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the second gets underway as the rain begins to fall here in Baton Rouge. Brandon Quagliardo starting it off. Hayden Walker to the on-deck circle. And I don't know how long they will play as a result of the rain. And of course, my camera in center field, let's hope it lasts. It's under a roof, but all sides open. And it looks like the wind is blowing, so it might be taking a beating. It's kind of snuck up on us. Quagliardo leading it off. Did not look particularly bad as a walk is issued to Quagliardo. And fans now scampering for shelter. That is ground toward short. Charging in is Gillespie. His only play at first, and it slips and winds up over into the dugout. And we might be getting closer to sending guys to the dugout because of the slippery nature of the baseball. E6 has got Walker on. And there they go into the dugout. And we are in a rain delay. I'll wrap my coverage up quickly too so we can get out to center field and see if we can save some electronics from some moisture. A rain delay in Baton Rouge. Well, welcome back. Made a quick trip to center field and a quick trip back. And I'm not built for quick trips anymore. Not that I ever was. Had a couple of base runners on before the rain fell. The walk of Gigliardo. And then the error getting Walker on. Broussard will fly out in a second. Underwood with a fly out in the center field that drives in the run. And you got a 1-0 ball game, UBO Henry. Reed Beadle to the plate. That kind of snuck up on us. Prior days, we've been given a little bit of a warning with a lightning delay. But no lightning delay, just rain. As that is ground to second, fielded there by Robin, goes to first, and Beadle out on the 4-3. The run plates in the top of the second. We head to the bottom of the inning. We head to the bottom of the second. 1 run plates in the top part of the inning. A couple of runners get on prior to the rain, or actually during the rain. Guagliardo and Walker. Guagliardo walked, and Walker reached on an error. Then after the rain stopped and the play resumes, Broussard with a fly out to second. Underwood with a sac fly to center. And Beadle hits into a 4-3. And we head to the bottom part of the inning. Ryan Langston will start it off. Lane Anduin and Wyatt Gillespie 2 up as well. And we don't think that's going to be the last of the precip today. Behind the stadium, it is pretty nasty looking, and as that is ground in the direction of left. Langston leading it off, down by a run. The Pool A winners in the Cardinals, the Pool C winners in UBO Henry, and both winners this morning. So neither team's record has been blemished. Delivered into center field, that'll be a Ryan Langston base hit. And you got a runner on here in the bottom of the second for Lane Anduin. Wyatt Gillespie to the on-deck circle. Able to get back safely at first, Langston tying run on in the bottom of the second. The artificial part of LSU's turf is the part between the chalk and the stands. It is all natural from the chalk towards the field and beyond the field and the warning track. I guess the warning track would be artificial, but everything in between is natural grass. It does drain fairly well. Ground towards short, fielded there by Halsey, goes to first and gets the out of. And doing on the 6-3. But it acts like a sacrifice. Moves Langston into scoring position. Tanner Cloud to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit inside to Gillespie. And the casualty coverage-wise to the inclement weather is our center field look. Our apologies, but there is a roof over the head, but any wind, and there's been plenty of wind with the rain here. And it's not a pretty sight. Able to get back safely, Langston. As a matter of fact, Friday, I thought camera had been fried. Fortunately, it was given about 24 hours to dry off, so I didn't apply any power again. And maybe whatever had discombobulated it, undiscombobulated it. Got a meeting on the hill. Gross with a conversation with Underwood as catcher. With the base runner at second, one away. Tying run on here in the bottom of the second. In a one-zip game, UB O'Henry scoring first. Guagliardo coming in on the sacrifice by Underwood. And that nasty-looking sail behind us, which we're kind of hoping would drift one way or the other, like east or west and not north, is apparently headed north. So skies continuing to darken here in Baton Rouge. Throw to second. That'll find its way into center field, but Langston says not far enough in center field and not far enough from Trey in center to convince him to take off at third. Lacoste, Halsey, and Trey when you get to the third inning for UB O'Henry. As the wind begins to pick up. And we now wonder if we get to the third. And I can see from my vantage point that look of rain falling in other parts of the LSU campus. Just a little bit outside with a pitch, Gillespie given a walk. And you got a couple of runners on for Tanner Cloud. And again, the good part about the weather that we've had currently is that it has not contained electricity. That's good news. But the problem is it includes rain, and the rain is starting to fall again. Just a little bit inside the Tanner Cloud. Got a couple of base runners on. Tying run at second. Go ahead run at first. And that'll be a base wrap into right field from Tanner Cloud. Langston taking the turn, coming on home. Meanwhile, sliding into third. Gillespie taking second with a throw is Tanner Cloud. And the game is knotted up at 1. That will bring Peyton Villion to the plate. Well, the rain light enough at the moment that fans are not seeking shelter, or at least it's not blowing on them. Well, and apparently we're now in a lightning delay. Jerry Martinez has gone down to the field and said, guys, come on. So the rain is beginning to fall, but apparently it's not just rain that has prompted this delay. It is very light at the moment. But I'm assuming that there is a lightning delay and the rain expected to get heavier. We will keep our cameras up. You can watch the rainfall. Go on to, whatever you search for music, Spotify, etc. And look for some rain-oriented songs. Or maybe you should look for some sunshine-oriented songs that might chase the rain away. We are in a delay, and apparently going to get the tarps onto the field. I think that's what the gentlemen are doing at this moment. Well, I'm not sure what this is. Umpires shaking hands, so apparently they are done. It is a tie game at 1. And to move on, you've got to win the game. So I'm assuming this is for the either a photo that says they're co-champs or for the purpose of determining a tiebreaker some other way. And I think they are apparently going to be co-champs, which is deserving. You're talking about a couple of teams that come in 4-0 and did nearly identical things. Talking about the Cardinals, who are 3-0 with wins over Capitals 15, knocked off Drip, knocked off 5-star Nationals, and then won this morning over Southwest 16. You're talking about a UBO Henry that beat the Devils 16, beat 5 stars this morning, knocked off Crushers Elite and Gonzalez Diamond in pool play. Yeah, they're going to be named co-champs. So both teams with a 4-0 mark and 2. Even the runs allowed and scored very similar. Cardinals coming in had allowed 7, scored 18. Coming in, UBO Henry allowing 9 and scoring 20. So they're going to be co-champions. And fitting to that the game ends 1-1. So, yeah, they deserve it. Co-champs, kudos to both. I guess technically a 4-0-1 mark for both, as the championship becomes a 1-1 game. Now, the question exists as to who is going to be here, or if we're going to be here for the last game of the day. We got a long time to kind of sit and wait and hope that the field doesn't get inundated. And hopefully we're going to be playing one more game here on JockJive. But we will keep you posted. As a matter of fact, we'll probably try to get into the chat room on YouTube to give you updates when we receive them in regards to continuing coverage here at LSU. In a rain delay at the moment as we put everything on hold.